The time now is 9:59, so by the time Councillor Castro sits down. All right. Okay, councillors, I recognise there's a quorum, so I call to order a full council meeting of today's date. We will open with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's be upstanding for the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Attendance and apologies. We're all here, so it's nil. Item 1. Item 2, leave of absence. I'd go to Councillor Gates.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I seek that Council consider granting me leave of absence for the period the 11th to the 18th of June inclusive.
Okay. Move for approval. Councillor Patterson, seconder Councillor Castro.
One-way ticket.
Mr Mayor?
Deserves a good
Well, might get a unanimous out of this one.
Mr Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Tozer.
The meetings say 8:44 and yet the agenda in front of us says 8:44.
I don't know what that 8:44 means.
This is 8:43. Yeah. Okay. So it is the 8:44 cycle. That's great. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show hands. Yeah. Against? Carry unanimous. Oh. Right. Condolences, item 3. I go to Councillor Hamill first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And to the Secretary, can we do the Wayne Fogden one first, please? Mr Mayor, I'd move that a motion of condolence on the passing of Wayne Fogden be passed and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Fogden family.
Second to Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, all of us know those local legends in our local sports clubs, the ones who are there running the training, working behind the canteen, umpiring the games, volunteering on the tongs at the Bunnings barbecue to raise much needed funds. They are the special individuals who give so much to our local sports clubs and really do make it all possible. Wayne Fogden, or Senior as he was affectionately known, was that local legend at Ormo AFL. Committed to the club since its inception, Wayne has been a steadfast supporter of the club, including bringing his own company, Ben Works, on board as major sponsor to help kickstart the club and to help it grow. Wayne was a pleasure of a man to spend time with, have a beer and a good chat with down at the kennel, the Bulldogs' home ground. Sadly, last year, Wayne was diagnosed with brain cancer. This incredibly aggressive version had a dramatic toll on Wayne very quickly and stole so much from him in the little time he had left with his family. To celebrate their mate and to raise funds for brain cancer research, the Ormo Bulldogs organised a fundraising football game to support the Mark Hughes Foundation. The game was to be held on the 20th of April. Wayne was incredibly excited for the game, excited to get time down at the club with his mates. Sadly, his cancer had other ideas, and he passed away surrounded by his loved ones on April 6th. The game went ahead as a celebration of his life and raised $8,000 for the foundation. My sincere thoughts to his wife Vicky and son Joe, and to the entire Ormo Bulldogs family during a period I know has been very difficult for you all. Rest in peace, Wayne.
Okay. Councillor Gates?
Mr Mayor, I would be very grateful if I could have my name added today. I'm a life member of the Ormo Bulldogs, and I would just rise to offer my condolences to everyone associated with the club, and especially Wayne's family.
Okay,
Thank
please
you.
add Councillor Gates. Right, Councillor Taylor? Add your name? Okay. Right, Councillor, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. I go back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I would move that a motion of condolence in the passing of Bill Heck be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to Miss Pat Heck and the Heck family.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Councillors, I apologise in advance, but I probably will lose a little bit through this one. Mr Mayor, the name Heck has played an important role in the development of the northern end of the Gold Coast for over 160 years. As owners of the Rocky Point Sugar Mill, they have and continue to play an integral role in the ongoing prosperity of the northern cane fields and all its families. For many decades, Bill Heck has been the patriarch of this family, leading it through some of its most successful growth decades. For a time during the 80s, the family were one of the wealthiest in the country. To say Bill Heck has played a key role in shaping the area I call home today would be a massive understatement. Entire suburbs like Windaroo, which now sit in the Logan City side of the river, are Heck family developments. The Woongoolba flood mitigation scheme, driven by him. The addition of the green energy cogen plant next to the mill, also a project he spearheaded. While the economic contributions to our city and region through business and development have been massive, it's the contributions to community and charity I know Bill was particularly proud of. Millions and millions of dollars given to local groups. Bill and his lovely wife Pat were massive contributors to so many causes. Particularly close to their hearts was the work of Beenleigh PCYC and PCYCs in general. Bill and Pat were also massive patrons of the arts. Donations to the likes of Opera Queensland and Ballet Queensland. A highlight for Bill was taking students from local high schools to see the opera or ballet. He believed it was a responsibility for him to give students interested in the arts the chance to be exposed to the best arts and cultures possible. He knew that they would come from circumstances they may never get to see that, and he loved taking those kids up there and having that experience. Mr Mayor, Bill Heck played an important role in my life. As patron of Beenleigh PCYC, it was Bill who had me appointed to the board of PCYC at age 15. In his words, to grow my understanding of business, my understanding of boards and governance, and also in his words, dealing with bloody politicians and government. I can confirm I did make that last section the PG version of how Bill would have actually put it. Mr Mayor, Bill also had me volunteer regularly at events, my favourite being Opera in the Cane Fields. At the time, I just thought I was cheap labour. I came to learn later on, but that what Bill was doing was helping me build a network. That those nights spent in the big house after the opera, where there'd be dozens of different business people and owners around, was him introducing me to those people, creating a network for me. A lot of those people he introduced me to at these events are still friends and mentors to this day. When I decided to run for council in 2020, Bill Heck was one of the first people I went to see. Not because I needed his approval, but because of the respect I had for him and his contribution to our area. His first response was, "Why the bloody hell would you want to do that, boy?" He always called me boy or kid, never Mark, boy or kid. Closely followed by, "Well, I guess we've been training you up this for 20 years. Now let's get on and win this thing." We then went for a drive down the road to see his best friend Noel Herbst, the owner of Gold Coast Tiger Prawns, another local legend in my area. When Noel passed away a couple of years ago, so did a part of Bill. He'd lost his best mate and definitely his best friend in trouble around the area. In recent years, as he approached 90, his memory was not as sharp, his wit not as quick, and sadly, his legs just didn't want to get him to where he wanted to go anymore. But on the odd day, a good day, he was the old Bill. Sharp, witty, and ruthless with his opinion. Late last year, he called me. It was a good day. Come down, let's go for a drive, he said. So I did. I drove down, I picked him up, and we went for a beer. We didn't tell Pat about the beer part, but we went for a beer. For a few hours, he told me stories of his childhood. A lot of them I'd heard before, but loved hearing again. He spoke about business success, the good and the bad. He also reflected a lot on the good and the difficult of family, something he hadn't done with me before, but with young kids, he started to talk to me more about. We also talked about the future of the cane fields and the role that I had to play in that. That was the last good day I got with him. The last time I got to hear his stories, his opinions and feedback. From a truly remarkable person, he lived a truly remarkable life and made a major contribution to our city and region. Bill Heck passed away peacefully on February 18th, 2024, aged 90. Rest in peace, Bill, and wherever you and Noel Herps are, I do trust you're causing all kinds of trouble.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to say a few words because I too enjoyed a wonderful number of years of association with Bill Heck, and his contribution to Northern Gold Coast, as you've just heard, is totally unmatched. His achievements were significant and all that he did for Northern Gold Coast was quite amazing and extensive. On Bill's passing, I remember being contacted by the Gold Coast Bulletin and being asked to provide some words about Bill Heck, and I really wrestled with how to best describe Bill. I settled on saying that he was a determined businessman with a big personality, but in truth, and I feel comfortable to say it today, he was a totally lovable larrikin. He was a huge larrikin and one that we'll always remember for him being so cheeky and yet in a respectful way. So I pass on my condolences to Pat, who's unwell herself, and to the rest of the family. It's been a tough time for them and our thoughts and wishes are with them all. Thank you.
Councillor Castro.
No, Mr Mayor, look, I'm not really going to say much. Everything's been said, and Councillor Hamill, he did a fantastic job there, so it quite choked me up actually listening to those words, and I know Councillor Gates was very, very close. Look, I just wanted to be added, Mr Mayor, I knew Bill for a very long time, and even though I wasn't from up north, he always embraced me as a northerner as such, and I also enjoyed those opera in the cane fields. We shared a love of the arts and obviously our involvement with PCYCs, and that's exactly how I would sum him up, Councillor Gates, a lovable larrikin. That's a great man, a lot of fun. So pleased if I could be added.
Okay, Councillor Castro and Councillor Gates. And Councillor, I'll add to the words that it's a privilege that my path crossed with Bill Heck. With those words, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Yes, Councillor Young to be added. Right. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence on the passing of Mike Witham be passed and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to his wife, Sue Lightbody, and his children, Tony, Julianne, Madonna, Ursula and Felicity.
And seconder.
Second.
Councillor Gates.
Mike Witham was a councillor on the Gold Coast from 1991 to 1995, and this business, there is a semblance of luck that goes into this role, and meeting in 1995 was the de-amalgamation, and that ended Mike Witham's council career. But it did not end his commitment and his unmatched interest in this place. He went on to support, and as any elected rep would know, the way to support is around election time. And so he was a big partner and supporter of Gary Bowden during that time, and then federal member Angie Bell. I met Mike Witham door knocking one day. It's not a good idea to sit with someone for an hour when you're door knocking, but that's what ended up happening. Even though he told me, sorry, but I'm supporting Gary Bowden. 4 years later, I knocked on his door again and he said, right, girl, this time I'm with you. And an 80-year-old man who would call me at 6:30 in the morning and say, hang on, send me some flyers, I'm through these flyers. So it's through what we've heard this morning. Mentors provide an expression to us that often unseen, and Mike Witham was that for me. He lived and breathed this place to the extent he told me, I'm not dying until you've won the election. And he was in hospital, and I went to him on the night of the election. And then a few days later, his wife Sue was calling me and saying, you've got to give him the numbers because that's the only thing he's asking for. So it may seem baffling to people who aren't in this world why anyone would have that great interest, but he was a big supporter of you, Mr Mayor, and he loved watching this city grow. He could be a somewhat cantankerous fellow, as the Surfers Paradise Bowls Club will fondly remember. He was instrumental in its funding at the day, and even, when asking him what were his last words that he wanted to pass on to me, it was like, well, is this getting done at the Bridge Club? So he was there and a supporter of his community to the end. Mike Witham, I loved you. You became a dear, dear friend, an a surprising friend, but a beautiful man. I'll miss you.
Okay. Councillor Gates? Please add Councillor Gates to the condolence. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour show hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. And any other late condolences? Councillor that's not here? No good. We'll move on to the Mayoral Minute. Councillors, I move that the funding of $37,500 be provided from Mayoral Whole City Fund, Project ID 90724, and Division 2 Local Area Works 90105 for detailed design of the new Oxenford Men's Shed building. I yield my speech for this motion to Area Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the Oxenford Men's Shed has been a vital community hub for 10 years, offering a friendly space for men and women to socialise, work on wood and metal projects and enjoy some gardening. Everyone is welcome to work on projects or simply stop by for morning tea and a chat. The shed plays a crucial role in connecting our community and improving mental health. Mr Mayor, the shed has needed a new building for more than 6 years. They have outgrown the space, and additionally, the current building is nearing its end of life, with only 6 months, 12 months or 18 months remaining. I appreciate the previous council's decision in August 2023, which enabled negotiations for a new lease at Oxenford Sports Park to commence. This new location, adjacent to the current site, will allow for a replacement building, storage facility and a community garden with future expansion opportunities. Mr Mayor, the Men's Shed and I thank you for considering this additional funding, which will expedite the detailed design of the new shed and address the urgent need for a new facility. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak against? I'll speak in closing the debate, is that in doing this detailed design work, two things. One, it'll get this project shovel ready, and the other thing is that it'll give an opportunity with the political cycle of state government election. This would make a wonderful joint funding project with the state government, So without getting it ready, we have less chance to advocate. And now they've got to get their, if should this be passed, they've got to get their skates on, and then we can do the costing, and then we can talk to the government and opposition that for the joint funding for this place. That's why the urgency of it, councillors. Okay, I put to you, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillors, we now go to item 5, confirmation of minutes. 5.1, let's go there. Councillors, I've got there 5.1, 840th meeting held on Tuesday, 13th of February. First up, any correction, anyone? Move for adoption, Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor Young. Put it to you, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 5.2, 842nd meeting held on the 5th of April. Councillor, any correction? No? Move for adoption?
That was the meeting we were all sworn in, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't possibly convene. So moved.
Move. Adoption, Councillor Hamill.
Councillor Gates says maybe a correction. Didn't like my joke.
All right. Order. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillors, on 5.3, we got special meeting of the council on the 15th of April. Any corrections? Move for adoption, Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Mayor's report. I'm pleased to tell you that in my a bit over 12 years, this is the longest mayoral report, and I know that it's going to be welcome. But what I'll do, though, councillors, because it's so many items, I didn't realise that it's not just me being busy, it's acting Mayor Donna Gates as well. So I reflect, and I'll just give you the headlines, but when we adopt it in detail, I know some of you will go right through it. Item 1, on the 14th of February, Governor of Queensland visited the Disaster Emergency Management Centre on Her Excellency Honourable Dr. Jeanette Young, and we show our disaster management, and the comments always been positive with various visitors throughout. And I think during the Christmas tropical wind event, I don't think it was classified as cyclone category 2, but the wind levels was at that level. And we had prime ministers, premier, opposition leaders, various ministers, and you name it. And they're very impressed with our capability to handle the disaster management in our city, and matter of fact, in our region, because we do help. I feel that the boundary in disaster management doesn't exist. If we got to help people across the Tweed or Pacific Rim or Logan, we do it because that's what disaster is about, to help. Gold Coast Open, we launched the Gold Coast Open, returned to Burleigh on 16th through the 18th of February. This is the World Surfing League and Surfing Queensland 1,000 point rated event. Then we go to Gold Coast Women in Business Award Luncheon, and we hosted that, and these are just a few of the entrepreneurs, business leaders, volunteers, creatives and achievers we are immensely proud to have on the Gold Coast. Then we got the next item on 15th of February, Gold Coast Rotary Club meeting. I spoke at the Gold Coast Rotary Club at the Gold Coast Tavern. The club does fantastic work in our community and is run 100% by volunteers. Then Taipei Multimedia Students Delegation came to visit us on the 19th of February, and Taipei with 15 high school students, and it's wonderful to see that international students can again come back and visit us on the Gold Coast. Next item on the 19th of February, Bioenergy Forum, Councillor Hamill and Councillor O'Neill in attendance. The aim of this forum is to see how we can work together to meet the challenges of waste management on the Gold Coast. Then the 10th of Sunday, 10th of December, Ruth and I officially was welcomed to the newly established Pacific Women's Rugby team, and Penina Pacifica at the Gold Coast High Performance Centre in Runaway Bay. Then took a bit of time off on the 20th of February, Pink Concert. Here I was joined by Live Nation Senior Vice President Michelle Lucia, and to get the party started. And 50% of those who attended was either intra or interstate, and injection of $8 million into our city. And so next one is the Wurundjeri Mosque opening. I attended with Councillor Tozer. We joined the Islamic Multicultural Association Gold Coast to officially open the Wurundjeri Mosque. Councillor, were you there as well? I can't remember. Okay. It was wonderful to congratulate all involved in the opening, to speak about the importance of multicultural community on the Gold Coast. The faith community adds so much to our city's social and economic fabric, and many of our Gold Coast faith groups and associations give so much back to the community. You want to say few words there, Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, it was a long time coming. The Islamic Prayer Centre in Wurundjeri is now a really lovely part of the community, where they're hosting community events regularly, and the families that gather there, there's only a small group of people, there's only 40 people who gather there regularly, but it's just lovely to have such a diverse group of community members. One thing, quite poignant thing that I thought was lovely about the local Christian churches, there's always been a little bit of animosity, but it was actually lovely to have all the local Christian churches welcome them both in writing and attend the event. It's a really lovely interfaith activity there today and on the day, and it's been lovely seeing them kind of be welcome to the community and also participate in community activities.
Yeah, I recall the weather was nice and sunny.
It was too hot.
So then we go to Chinese New Year Festival. I was joined by Councillor Taylor and Councillor Castro, and Australia National Chinese Women Federation, to celebrate the Chinese New Year at the Broadbeach Senior Centre. Very vibrant day indeed. Then on the 27th of February, British Olympic Swimming Squad. There they are. Yeah, they're smiling now. Wait to Paris. I didn't say that then, but I welcome the British Olympic swimmers and British swimming coach, Caleb Jarvis, at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Why did they choose the Southport Aquatic Centre? Because it's the best swimming aquatic centre in all of Queensland. And the swimming for the Olympics should be held there, in my humble opinion. Operation Cleanup. We all know about the mammoth curbside pickup we had to do following the Christmas and New Year weather events. Just to remind you, it was 77,000 truckloads of rubbish, waste, was removed from the curbside and across 1,600 streets. And I'd like to thank the 60 crews and over 200 field staff who were part of the clean-up effort. It was good in the way that the CEO took staff from, say, doing road work in the south and move them up to clean up. So flexibility of the workforce really helped. I'd like to mention all the volunteers that are out there as well. I went and saw for myself that neighbours were helping elderly neighbours where the trees are down in the back, they can't get it out. They're out there cutting the old trees up and moving it to the footpath. Otherwise, the inhabitant, she was 80 years old, got no chance of doing it. And that was like impromptu, and it wasn't a one-off. Just happened right across. So we're very fortunate to live in a city that look after each other. Southport Golf Club centenary celebration, and then they did up the 18th hole. I'm not sure if I want to go into detail, but Councillor Patterson was there. Do you want to add a few words there about the 100-year celebration?
Mr Mayor, the Southport Golf Club is a beautiful, beautiful space in the heart of our city, and they do such wonderful work in keeping that a green space for all of us, ultimately. The 100 years was a great celebration. They've got a fantastic new, what is that? Creation that they've got there. And Mr Mayor, you certainly celebrated it very well with your first tee off and making a real point in the ground when he did. So yes, that was noted. I think it was determined that you are a better, yeah, absolutely, well and truly. So yeah, I think we can, it's safe to say you're probably a better mayor than you are golfer, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Shows that you're so busy with being a mayor.
You're very kind. Junior Council on the 7th of March. A lot of council turned up. Taylor, Curtis, Young, Patterson, Tozer, all these councillors were there. Did I miss anyone else? And we welcome the junior council leaders for 2024 and also recognise the achievement of the outgoing 2023 team. I welcome our new junior mayor, Navindu Damanaka Goda. I practiced that, and from AB Patterson College, and the deputy junior mayor, Rihana Patel from Queensland Academy's Health, Science and Campus. And I congratulate all the other junior executive on the committee. I think I'll be having a meeting with them in my diary, I think, within the next 2 weeks. So looking forward to see the youthful ideas. And from last time, I remember they came up with the vaping solution and suggestion. And together with us here, we formulated an advocate letter to state government, and the law was changed. So, so I take their input very seriously, because the young generation have issues that's pertaining, it's dear to their heart, and we should address that. Currumbin Eco Parkland Activation Plan. I joined Minister for the State Development and Infrastructure, Grace, Minister for Environment, Leanne Leonard, and to launch the activation plan in Currumbin Valley. We got $45 million from the state government, and for those who read in the bulletin that we don't do well in getting our fair share of advocacy funding. I think sometimes we don't say things on the achievement of our funding because we want to keep the tap flowing along. It's best to stay humble and get these sort of projects in place. 149 hectares, this site, and new hiking trails, picnic spot, dedicated space for wildlife rehabilitation. Terrific win for the city, councillors. Then we move on to the 55th Gold Coast Star Award. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Patterson in attendance, was at the Royal Pines, and congratulations our local sporting hero, Ironman Ali Day, who won the Sports Star of the Year for his incredible achievement in Coolangatta Gold. And he's going to keep competing. You never catch him. Incredible. The next one would be Festival of Fun. I was invited to speak at the Festival of Fun at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre, Carrara. This is an annual event promoting inclusion and accessibility for people with disability. And the festival was fantastic, as you can see there. And it doesn't matter what mobility issue you got, they're able to go and celebrate. And the dance floor was full. Just got to be careful, the wheels runs over your toes. Screen Forever, 38 Sunset Social. Councillor Lacastra was in attendance, I remember. I gave a welcome address, and Screen Forever is Australia's premier screen industry event, with one of the largest gatherings of screen industry professionals in the Southern Hemisphere. Shadow Cabinet visit, so it was great to host the Shadow Cabinet here in this room actually, and was able to address some of the issues. And tomorrow I have been invited by state government to address the Cabinet at the Coomera TAFE, so that I will certainly be taking the chance to remind them that we need what we need for the upcoming state budget, and of course the political cycle in October. And so it's good to get both sides of politics. As you know, I don't wear red tie or blue tie, I just wear gold. Next one, International Hockey Federation. I toured the Gold Coast Hockey Centre at Labrador with Official Hockey Queensland, Hockey Australia and International Hockey Federation President, Mr. Imran. There he is, and was presented by beautiful artwork there. And like many sporting clubs, Gold Coast Hockey relies on dedicated staff and volunteer to deliver excellent junior and senior programs. The Hockey Centre, as a lot of you know, is a legacy from the 2018 Commonwealth Games and remains in a top-notch, outstanding condition, I think, Olympic level. So there's no reason why you want to build a temporary hockey field at Ballymore in Brisbane when you got all of this here. And if you build the hockey field in Ballymore, what happens? You've got to cut it up and take it away again. And anyhow, that'll be one of the points I'll be raising. Why not have it here on the Gold Coast? And Councillor, it's another great joint funding. I can see another stand on the other side of the picture there, and there's two fields, and there's another lot of fields that we can have warm-ups as well. So it's there. No-brainer, I say. Takasoo Students Delegation, and 9 students, 2 teachers, annual visit, and marks 29 years that we've had a relationship together with this city. And so the students come from both junior and high school. Then we have on the 28th of March, I joined Councillor Hamill to be part of the Big Brother 11 graduation official opening of ESWAF's new location at Heritage Park in Pimpama. I invite Councillor Hamill to say a few words because he was right there, and I've got some additional statistics there. If you got them.
No, if you got them, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, all right. I'll add the statistics and then I'll go to Councillor Hamill. ESWAF quick facts: 180 young people has been helped. They were street kids, high energy, disruptive. 46,000 training hours delivered, 25,000 mental wellbeing hours delivered, and 90% of the kids who've gone through training got employment. So with employment, they get money, they get self-worth, and they're not out there stealing cars. And we, Councillor Hamill and I, stayed back and we caught up with the guys there, and every testimonial, you just go, how lucky are we? And they come through it. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for, I guess, a little bit of history for councillors. ESWAF were in quite a predicament about 8 months ago that the lease they had in an industrial building in Ormo was coming to an end. So just as the program was ramping up, just as they were starting to get noticed by different state departments and get success, they were going to be without a home. As you can probably appreciate, there's a lot of stereotypes that come with this kind of organisation trying to deliver this kind of program, and it was a problem that everywhere they were looking to lease, there was concerns from landlords or concerns from neighbours about having those rough-looking kids next door. It was quite heartbreaking. Mr. Mayor, we stepped in. When I say we as a council, and very much you as Mayor, stepped in when it became very clear that they're just not going to find a site and that they're going to have to look outside the city. We said that wasn't acceptable and that we would do everything we could to help find them a site. We found a section of Heritage Park in Pimpama. We worked with a local modular company to turn a lease around incredibly quickly to get a modular temporary building on site to give them a home. It's in place, the program's running, and what we're seeing is just those results you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, which even since then, you may have seen some recent bulletin articles outlining more of the success they've had. Mr. Mayor, the methodology with ESWAF is pretty simple, is that they believe in that, it takes a whole tribe to raise a kid. They believe in, for a lot of these students, these young people, teenagers and young 20-year-olds in there too, they come from circumstances that just make your heart turn. In that photo there, I'm looking at a couple of the participants. I know one of them was sleeping in a tent at Beenleigh Showgrounds. Another one of them had been couch surfing for a couple of years. Just really, really terrible situations a lot of them come from. They come into the program, they're given a place to be, they're given 3 meals a day, which that's always rather, that always really sits me back, Mr. Mayor, when you hear from a 15 or 16-year-old that it's been a long time since they've had 3 meals in a day consistently. That really forces home why backing these kind of groups is important. They're doing tremendous work. Their Heritage Park has turned out to be brilliant. It's a lovely spot surrounded by big mature trees. It's a little bit isolated, so it feels like they're kind of there by themselves, but it also happens to be right next door to Pimpama Sports Hub, so they're starting to use those facilities. It's near public transport and it's near job opportunities in Yatala. Mr. Mayor, just on this, just because the photo's up, the last thing I'd call out is that bus that is behind them. The other problem they had, so the program's going brilliantly, we want to expand it, but we can't transport kids around. Do you think that they could find a state government department or program that could get them a bus quickly? It was hopeless. So the local Rotary Club stepped in and managed to raise $70,000 in 6 weeks to buy them a new bus so we could get those kids around. A tremendous program, one this city and this council should be really proud of, and one I know that we will continue to back and help them on their journey and keep them on the Gold Coast.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Councillor Hamill, I know you'll keep in touch with them. Just ask the question, give us a heads up when they ever have another bus requirement. and then I'll ask the CEO. He's got one somewhere. All right. So, Mr. CEO, you've got to clear the gallery. That's disrupting me.
Yep.
All right. So, councillors, since it's been a fantastic mayoral report, only halfway through, I need a break to gather myself further on the balance of the mayor's report. I propose that we just take a break. All right, and if anyone wants to come up and have a bit of coffee and join me, you're welcome. Okay, thank you. I'll leave you to
Streaming off. Streaming off.
Okay, councillors, I move a procedural motion that we deal with item 16, other business. May I have a seconder? Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillors, 16.1, Gold Coast Australian of the Year Awards. On advice that we'll move into close. Councillor General, General Counsel, what the reason for the close? I forget now.
We've always done that.
Commercial in confidence? Okay.
Individual personal information.
Individual personal information, privacy. Okay, if you can pump that in. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Streaming off. Councillors, I move the recommendation there as shown on the screen. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Anyone wish to speak against? Then I put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Councillor, I move procedural motion that we go back to our favourite subject, Mayor's report. Where it was left, goes back to Mayor's report. Seconder, anyone? No seconder? Councillor Doran. Seconder, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mr. CEO, streaming on now, I can see. And we're ready? All right. Councillors, the last we left was the East Wharf. And and thank you, Councillor Hamill, for adding those wonderful insight and words. And I recap that. Let's monitor it. If they need another bus, let's see what we can do. Then there was Easter United, our seventh one at the Great Lawn. Over 5,000 people, congregants from 60 different churches. Social media campaign reached 42,000 plus, and 6,300 visits to the Easter United Facebook, Instagram pages. I can say it's a wonderful success, and it's fantastic. Next one is the 2024 Council induction. Congratulations to all of you, and beautiful. We're having 4 more years for everyone here. Next one's the Thai New Year Songkran Festival. I went to the Buddhist temple at Narang. Events like this reminds me of the rich culture events we have, and all of you know that at least 30% of us are born overseas, and I was one of those, and wonderful to be among the Songkran Festival. Got soaked at the end, of course, and but the good thing is the food is fantastic. If you like Thai food, that's the best time to go. Sky Ridge Display Village opening. Councillor Tozer and Councillor Hammer was in attendance. We unveiled the newest master plan community in Wurundjeri, and there's samples of homes there you can pick to build on there. LGAQ boardroom lunch. LGAQ hosted the lunch with local government minister. All of South East Queensland Mayor was in attendance, except for attendance with the notable exception, absentee Lord Mayor Shrino. Chengdu delegation from Xingdu district, led by Deputy Secretary Mr. Wei Ki. Next one is LGAQ Mayors Forum. I was in attendance with traditional South East Queensland mayors and CEOs were invited to the Parliament lunch. This was a chance to meet and greet the Premier and various ministers, MPs from both sides of government. I caught up with all the mayors there and talked about important issues for local government. Next, Those Who Rock announcement. We launched this year Those Who Rock concert on the 18th of April. 200 everyday rock stars will perform on Hottest Stage on the 6th of July, alongside stellar Aussie rock lineup. Next one is Anzac Day. I joined Councillor Patterson at the Anzac Day Citizens Service and Parade at Broadwater Parkland, Southport. We laid the wreath on behalf of the city. Beautiful service as per usual. I think the Councillor Lacastra was there, laid the wreath as well, and It was good. Wonderful that, yeah, no, I won't add the other bits, but it was great. Okay, NFL announcement, and Councillor Curtis, Councillor Martin and Councillor Williamson took part in the official announcement of partnership agreement with the NFL to establish a high performance academy on the Gold Coast. And Councillor Gate, as acting mayor, welcome Jordan Mailata, the MFL to Burleigh Pavilion for draft events. Is he really that big, or was it blown up?
I thought when they said, I thought they were talking about me.
All right. Well, you're going to be the big guy in here, and we got the ref over there, all the different nicknames, all good. Okay, Gold Coast Pro. Acting Mayor Gates joined Councillor O'Neill to launch the Gold Coast Pro at Snapper Rocks Coolangatta. And the announcement returned the World Surf League Championship Tour to the Gold Coast. He'll be here for 2025 to 2028. You beauty. The ARC consultation launched, announced the beginning of the community engagement, so that's happening. The Advanced Resource Recovery Centre for Stapleton in an eight-pronged approach to increase recycling and use residual waste to generate energy. Mayor Students Ambassador Ceremony on the 7th of May. We welcome 22 new students to the Mayor's Student Ambassador program here in this chamber. LGAQ LGX 2024 conference. I officially opened that conference. LGX is the premier professional development and networking opportunity for Queensland Council communication, media, marketing and design and aligned specialists. So I took the opportunity to share some insight into media management from the past 12 years. So I just share all my stuff-ups. Next, Minister for Transport and Main Roads. I caught up with Minister Bark Mellish. We discussed keeping the momentum up on Light Rail Stage 4 and getting the detailed business case going. Disaster Recovery Grants announcement. We announced the City Disaster Recovery Grants program has provided $600,000 in financial relief to 23 community organisations and 6 wellbeing programs following the severe Christmas storm. We're out to help. Spit Set Visit, a visit to set of Spit, the highly anticipated sequel to the award-winning Aussie comedy Getting Squared at the Bruce Bishop Car Park in Surfers Paradise. Next one, Pacific Airshore performance announcement. Councillor Taylor landed on the beach there in the plane. He thought he might have jumped, but I'm glad you didn't do that since you didn't have a parachute. The event will take place again from the 16th to the 18th of August. We've been briefed by Kevin Elliott. It's going to be bigger and better than last year even. Amazing. I thought, oh yeah, but wait, there's more. Papua New Guinea delegation. I met with delegation led by Honourable William Juma, PNG Minister for Public Enterprise and State Investment. Then I welcomed, on the 16th of May, delegation from Wuhan, China, and a delegation led by Ms. Cheng, Deputy Chairwoman of the Standing Committee of the Wuhan Municipal People's Congress. Blues on Board Beach. Deputy Mayor Councillor Gates launched the 4-day festival which fills the street, parks and venues, 70 acts, $20 million boost in our economy. Well done. Hotter Italian Renaissance alive. A lot of you were there, and it was a great, wonderful night to see. And it's a great painting there. And anyhow, she's going to kill me when she sees that. All good. The exhibition open till Sunday, the 4th of August. I encourage all Gold Coasters to check it out. Century Cove International Boat Show. Is it your first one, Mr. CEO, you went to?
Second.
Your second one. All right, 740 boats, 2,500 marine products, and 47,000 visitors. And the boat show plays a pivotal role in our local marine industry with an economic impact of $470 million through business generation and tourism. I move, councillors, that my mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second, Councillor Gates. And you got a question?
It's not a question, Mr Mayor. I'm glad we had a break midway, but I just wanted to highlight that more than half of that report was in the time frame in advance of the election. And to be honest, I sat here feeling a little guilty that I was not at anything. I was out electioneering. And for you, you continued to do your job as mayor right through that whole period, regardless of the forthcoming election. So well done you.
Wow, thank you. Yes, we kept going there. Anyhow, let's put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Okay, that's done. Clarification, members. Neil? Beautiful. Business arising from the minutes. Neil? Beautiful. Presentations. Neil? Beautiful. Conflict of interest. 10.1. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am informing Council of a declarable conflict of interest, of which the details are as follows. For the benefit of some of the new councillors, on 26th of November 2021, a notice of appeal was filed in the Planning and Environment Court by Newcrush against Council's decision to refuse their development application, which was seeking to enlarge and realign the existing Oxenford Quarry footprint and extend the duration of the development permit. The property that I own is located approximately 400 to 500 metres from the existing quarry operations. Regardless of the conflict, I am seeking Council's permission to participate in meetings about the Newcrush Quarry appeal so I can keep my community informed. Mr Mayor, I purchased the property with my husband almost 5 years ago, and I have lived at the property since. I purchased the property with the knowledge that there was an operational quarry within proximity to the dwelling and spent my childhood growing up in a property nearby. I believe I can best represent the interests of the local community by participating in meetings as an informed ratepayer and balanced ratepayer and elected representative. I request the approval of Council to participate in meetings regarding the matter.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, through your question to Councillor Fowler, could she confirm if she was a submitter during the public notification period?
Councillor Fowler.
I can confirm that I was not a submitter for or against any issue with the quarry.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, further that, can I seek clarity that Councillor Fowler is seeking pre-approval for a briefing with officers and that any further decision in regards to the Newcrush appeal would require her to raise a new declaration and come back to Council again?
Councillor Fowler.
I can confirm that's correct.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
In that case, Mr Mayor, I'd be prepared to move a procedural motion that Councillor Fowler may participate in the decision despite the Councillor's conflict of interest because the matter is minor and remote in nature, such that a reasonable person would trust that the final decision will be made in the public interest.
Second, Councillor Patterson. Anyone wish to speak against? Councillor Young?
Yeah. Mr Mayor, just a procedural matter. I've previously declared and been granted by Council the consent to participate in decisions about the Oxenford Quarry. Similarly, I live within a reasonable proximity of the quarry. That permission has been granted, but I won't vote on the matter today.
Yes, okay. Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to alert you that I won't be voting because I need to make a declaration as well.
Okay, that's fair enough. Right, anyone speak against the motion? Councillors, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Please note that Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler and Councillor Young did not vote. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I need to make a declarable conflict of interest about the matter and seek Council's consideration about my involvement moving forward. As we all recognise, the legal advice about donations was changed in the last couple of years, and what was formerly a prescribed interest for me no longer exists because the legal opinion changed. But I would like to declare that in 2014 I received $1,560 from a planning consultant, Planet Consulting, and again in 2015 $1,850. But I hope, Mr Mayor, that councillors would consider my ongoing participation should the matter again come before council, because I have had no involvement with the applicant, with any of the consultants. I have not discussed the appeal with anyone, and I hope that my involvement would contribute to a decision in the public interest.
Okay, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I would be most happy to move a procedural motion exactly the same as the previous one moved, because it is absolutely in the public interest for Councillor Gates to be part of this moving forward.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Councillor, that motion is on the screen. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. For the same reason, I won't participate. I won't vote on this matter.
Councillor Fowler.
And Mr Mayor, for the same reason as Councillor Young, I won't be voting.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Please record Councillor Gates, Councillor Flower and Councillor Young did not vote. Any other conflict of interest outside council meeting? None? We good? All right. We now go to item 11. That one's done. So, do we do all those in
We do, so we go to, sorry, we're going to go to the special budget meeting, but that can just... We're going for one more, aren't we? You can just put it, Mr Mayor.
But we're going to do all of those? Or not?
No, so they're going to be done inside each of the committees.
Okay. All right.
So we go to 11.1.
All right. Councillors, we're going to 11.1, Special Budget Committee. Councillors, I move that the Special Budget Committee, Thursday the 9th of May, be received. Is that the wording? Okay. Seconder? Councillor Gates? It's on the screen. No, it's a different...
These are the
different.
recommendations, not the minutes, Councillor.
All right. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry. Well...
Yep.
Confirmation of the minutes. Any correction, anyone? Anyone wants? No? I'll move that committee recommendation be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Flower. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We'll go to Planning and Regulation Committee. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the reports of the Planning and Regulation Committee held on Tuesday 14th of May, covered by recommendations 1 to 13, be received.
Second, Councillor Doran. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, is there any items you wish to pull out? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, could I suggest we will go top to bottom like we sometimes do and go to 6.3 for a conflict of interest from Councillor Gates?
Okay. I'll just get to... Oh, yeah, it doesn't fit, does it? All right, so we go 6.3. Okay, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. These declarations were all made at Planning Committee, so they're on the screen. This one in particular was a donation from UPS in 2014 and 15. They were the town planning consultant, but I have considered my position and seek to remain in the room and participate in the decision. Due to the time expired, and I've had no contact with the applicant nor consultants to the project.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'd move the same procedural motion I did at Planning Committee.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Yeah, you're right. Show of hands.
Mayor Tate, sorry, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Just on that, so that people don't think deeply on it, I didn't declare the UPS thing because went to the OIA and then was dismissed. So I don't have to declare. I'll let you know. For those people who wants to complain again, don't bother. Do we want to deal with 6.3? Yeah, it'd be great.
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Move recommendation. Second to Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against?
Ooh.
Could you close, please?
Mr Mayor, very quickly, so this is the Cypress Avenue site of Harry Triggerboff's. Just to acknowledge the fact that on a city block we will see 1,300 new dwellings delivered. With the removal of the short-term tower, that's now 1,300 permanent dwellings for sale or rental. So we thank Mr Triggerboff for his contribution to the city and look forward to seeing another towers built on that site.
Wonderful. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry unanimous. 6.4, we going there or? Councillor
I'd suggest our next conflict's at 6.5.
Next conflict. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Actually, I have 4 relating to the special delegations where the items have already been approved, but advice suggests that I still need to make them again. So I made them at Planning Committee, and the first one is a donation from UPS in 2014 of $1,850, and in 2015, $1,850. Again, Mr Mayor, I have considered my position and seek to remain in the room and participate. I've had no contact with anyone, and the matter's been dealt with.
All right. I'll just put on the table then is that Consul General, if you can check with Local Council, where they declared at the committee. That's what I was told, and there's no requirement to do it at full council, but we're going to do it today until you get further clarification. Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, happy to move the procedural motion as per the committee motion.
Councillor Pidia. Seconder. Anyone speak against? Councillor Hamill, you want to close? You want to vote? Yes. Okay. We've got the motion there in front of us. I just want it on the screen.
Mr Mayor, just checking that we're going to the procedural motion for Councillor Gates' conflict of interest.
Yep. Page 9, is it? Very good. But it's not on the agenda. Is that it on the screen? Is that it? Okay, it's on the screen. Is that it?
That's it.
There's a procedural motion there. So moved by Councillor Hamill, second Councillor Young. On the screen, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LeCastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Back to you. Councillor Gates, you got another one?
Same item, Mr Mayor, 6.55.1, and a donation from Arcadis and Mitchell Bray, $1,950 in 14 and $1,850 in 15. I have considered my position and wish to remain in the room and participate. I have had no contact with any party and will contribute to a decision in the public interest.
Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the procedural motion as per committee, Mr Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor Peter Young. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LeCastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is the same item, but 5.3 of the special delegations, same two declarations. First one for UPS with $1,850 in 2014, $1,850 in 2015, and I have considered my position and seek to remain in the room and participate. I've had no contact with any party.
I see. Okay. Councillor Hamill?
Like a broken record, Mr Mayor, the same procedural motion, please.
Okay. Seconded, Councillor Peter Young. Just before we vote on it, General Counsel, can you also dig into regarding the current term? Because that's 2014 and 15. If I got a right to the local government minister to get clarification, just guide me later.
I will just comment that is outside the relevant term, but it is still a matter for councillor to determine at their discretion whether there may be a perception of a conflict and they're entitled to disclose.
Okay.
Can I comment?
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, once the legal opinion comes through about the twice having to declare, I'd be more than happy to ask the council their opinion on whether they think there still exists a perception. Noting that some of the declarations, because I'm getting so old, so very, very old, and go back to 2008. And I've declared everyone every time because there is a possibility of a perception, and I've tried to be transparent. But if the council feels that is long gone, which perhaps it is, I'd be happy not to make these repeated declarations.
Okay. Mr CEO, you all right? Okay, sounds good. All right, procedure motion?
Do we just do this one?
It's 6.5, 5.3. I think we voted on UPS, did we?
Voted on this one? Yes. Yep. So next one.
And so the next one is 5.3 again of 6.
No, just wait. Did we vote on that one just then?
Mr Mayor,
Haven't voted.
each item
I'll sit down.
has to go through for each decision. That's why you've got to keep doing it.
Okay. All right, next one then. Hey?
Okay, so
Did we vote on that one or not?
No, we've only voted, Mr Mayor, on the 5.1, so you've got two 5.3s.
Yeah, let's vote on it. Something to do. Move, Councillor Hamill.
Yes.
Second to Councillor Doran. Beautiful. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LeCastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Back to Councillor Gates.
thank you, Mr Mayor. This is the same items, 5.3 of 6.5, and donations from Mitchell Bray, who's an employee of Arcadis and Arcadis, in 2014 and 15. And Mr Mayor, it's on the screen and I'm seeking permission to remain in the room and participate.
Councillor Hamill.
Procedural motion as per the screen, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Second to Councillor Doran. Right. Anyone speak against? Put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LeCastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. You got any more on this one?
Not for this one, but on item 6.6, one more.
Should we do that? Yep. Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a declaration that the planning consultant UPS donated to my election campaigns in 2014 and 15, $1,850. I'm seeking permission to remain in the room and participate in the decision. I've had no contact with anyone in relation to the item.
Councillor Hamill.
And again, Mr Mayor, the same procedural motion, please.
Okay, second to Councillor Patterson. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor LaCastro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, that's my understanding that's the end of our conflict of interest, so would move to item 6.6. I'm happy to move the item.
Okay, 6.6. Item moved by Councillor Hamill, seconded Councillor... Oh, you're not seconding? Okay. Anyone want to second? Councillor Flower? And you're going to ask a question? Okay, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This was discussed heavily at committee and just had some further questions through you, Mr Mayor. This is obviously an item that was impact accessible with the 50% height uplift increase. So really just wanted to clarify the strategic intent of the 8 criteria of the framework, in that the actual purpose of the criteria is, in my view, to not just beyond the architectural merits. What is the intent of the framework? That it is some way less impactful or less intense as opposed to the original design at a higher uplift. So I'm just seeking clarity on what that framework intends to do.
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin, are you specifically talking in relation to the uplift provisions?
Yeah.
Yep. So we just did discuss this at length at committee. So officers obviously assess it on merits. There's 8 criteria that we utilise, and then we obviously use the other parts of the scheme as well. In turn, did you want to be a bit more specific for me?
I'm trying to understand the purpose of the criteria. In that, is it to shape a development? If it's essentially going up, that we're trying to get a better community outcome through the criteria, in some way less impactful, less intense, and is that the purpose of the 8-part criteria?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin, probably not less intense or less purposeful, but definitely is a way that we can get better outcomes for developments. And I think there is a number of different things that we saw in this site. I think the one that we did discuss quite a bit at committee was the sense of place and that identity and local character. And there's other parts of the scheme that we discussed, particularly in relation to the urban neighbourhoods, which are up in the strategic framework. Each application is different. Obviously, we use the criteria based on what officers are assessing at that time, and there's different outcomes that we did receive through that one that would be different to another development that would come to council as well. I'm not sure I answered it there. Yeah.
Thank you. So after committee, I did review further the city plan, and part 3 of the strategic framework, section 3.2.2, which is city shape and the urban transformation, sets out the height of our growing city to accommodate more people. So it sort of signals to our community that high-rise, which undertake is 10 stories and above, buildings are not anticipating in all coastal suburbs, and the list goes on to list high-rise how high-rise towers are to be expected, and the relevant section is outside mixed-use specialist centres, high-rise buildings will continue to be accommodated in the following urban neighbourhoods: Labrador, Southport, Main Beach, Surfers Paradise, Broadbeach, Burleigh to Miami Nobby, so it's going north, and Coolangatta and Rainbow Bay. So, and it goes on to show a transect imagery of the high-rise buildings in those identified suburbs. So I'm just seeking some clarity, because Palm Beach is obviously not listed as an urban neighbourhood where high-rises are expected under that framework. So I suppose I'm just keen to understand how it seems to contradict that part of the framework.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, seeking determination, the council is asking questions on a part of something that's not in the report today. So what's just been referenced, I have no access to. It's not part of the officer report. So I'm wondering if this is actually the appropriate line of questioning, given we're here to discuss this item, not a more holistic set of questions on the planning scheme in general at this time.
Okay. I'll take the question on notice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, but I do note it's part of the city plan. So and just sort of a final question is, in the report, the comparable development that's relied heavily, and I just want to make sure all councillors understand this. In the photo montage, there was a development that was referenced 3 or 4 doors down, being 1177 Gold Coast Highway. And since the time, and I understand officers, the timing of the report, that had been overturned, so there is no approval. So it did, I think, impact the outcome in terms of the report is quite prominent. So even if I set that aside, the closest approved development, which is 400 metres away, being of similar height, being the Hemingway building, I noted in the officer's report at the time, it was 2020, but the item of that approval, the officer's report, notes when we talk about the skyline of Palm Beach, and I'll quote here, when we're talking about the coastal skyline of Palm Beach, the officer goes on to say, the local context comprises of 2 nodal points, which are located on the 2 major access routes, being the intersection of the Gold Coast Highway at 19th Avenue and Gold Coast Highway at Palm Beach Avenue. So 2 higher points where high rise is expected. Goes on to say, ordered an interesting skyline in which the established and envisaged development is to comprise the gradual tapering down of high-rise slender towers at the nodal points to the medium-rise development in between the 2 nodal points. So I take from the Hemingway building in 2020, which this heavily relies on, is that officers had it in their minds that we had 2 high-rise nodal points and tapering down in the middle to medium-rise. And this development at 1199 Gold Coast Highway is squarely in the centre of those 2 nodal points, where previously I think the community's expectation would be that is medium rise. So I'm trying to understand what has changed and if officers could help me understand.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin, in relation to the height, so each application's assessed on its merits and officers have done that, so I wouldn't like to put too much emphasis on existing approvals there, and that's detailed in the officer's report. Specifically in relation to the height, I think it's important to call out that if you're referring to the past one, would have been code accessible, and this is an impact accessible application, so it calls up different parts of the city plan, which is what officers have used. And then in terms of assessing it, officers have gone through, absolutely acknowledge that the timing of the reports and the perspectives, we did acknowledge that at committee, that is probably off the table now, but that's not the reason for the officer recommendation of approval, and that was detailed in the report.
Yeah, thank you. They were both impact accessible.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to foreshadow a motion, if I could, if you'll accept it.
Okay.
That the development application be refused, and I do have words if councillors would like to see them on screen. And the foreshadow motion is that we refuse the development application.
Okay. You got that there?
If that could be recorded in the minutes, please.
Okay.
No more questions.
No more questions, all right. Councillor Hamill?
Happy for me to move, Mr Mayor?
Yeah.
Talk to it. Mr Mayor, we had a lot of good conversation and debate in
Did
committee.
we get a seconder, did we?
Councillor Fowler, Mr Mayor.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah. So, Mr Mayor, a lot of good questions and debate at Planning Committee in regards to this item, which is the first uplift test for our new Planning Committee members, but also for our new councillors in general to consider. In moving this motion today, I intend to talk to both this application but also the uplift test in general, in a hope that new councillors might get some useful insight from it. The site at 1199 Gold Coast Highway is 817 square metres and has an existing code accessible approval granted on the 9th of March 2023. The applicant has chosen to use their legal right to lodge an other change application seeking to go from a height of 29 metres to 41.4 metres, an increase of 12.4 metres. I understand the frustration of some in the community and some in this chamber who dislike developers doing this. Getting a code approval, getting an impact approval, and then coming back in with another change or minor change, normally to seek additional height or additional dwellings. While I very much understand that frustration, I must make the point that it is anticipated under the state legislation and is therefore legal and must be assessed. Mr Mayor, councillors, there is benefit in applicants making these type of applications, however. The application goes from being code accessible to impact accessible, meaning the community receive public notification rights and submitter appeal rights, and most importantly, I believe, our development assessment section can work with the applicant much harder on outcomes versus a code accessible application that has statutory timeframes for the decision to be made in. I believe this application to be a brilliant example of this. I would encourage councillors, if you have the report in front of you, to look at the renders on page 629 and 630, a comparison between the code approved application and what is being sought by the applicant through the impact assessment. You could also take a look at page 666 to see what was originally proposed as part of the impact assessment and what we have in front of us today. Mr Mayor, officers through their assessment against the 50% uplift test criteria have been able to increase the setbacks, increase the landscaping, increase the amount of deep planting, remove a ground floor unit and open up the ground floor area, providing a much better experience for pedestrians at the street level. They have secured more private open space per dwelling, have managed to completely overhaul the architecture of the building, and I absolutely agree with the City Architect's comments in regards to 3.3.2.1D, that it has achieved an excellent standard of appearance for the built form and street edge. And Mr Mayor, I'd also note that the building remains compliant with car parking. In fact, it delivers 8 more car parks than the acceptable outcome requires. Mr Mayor, again for the benefit of all councillors new and old, I remind you that the city plan currently in place includes a 50% uplift test. Our assessment officers have no choice but to assess the application against the current city plan, against the current legal document. Anything proposed during the amendments, including the proposed height reduction along Jefferson Lane, cannot, by law, form part of the assessment by officers, and therefore should have limited, if any, impact on councillors as well. What should form part of your decision in this chamber is the professional assessment done by our development assessment team. They are tertiary qualified, have decades of experience, access to numerous expert internal referrals, such as architects, landscape planners, hydraulic experts, and visual amenity experts. They also heavily utilise third-party experts to independently review and help inform their assessment. Councillors, they also have access to an exceptionally large amount of legal advice on the most recent cases that have been judged in the Planning and Environment Court. This is vital as new judgments and case law set by the court must be considered by our DA officers in future assessments. An excellent example of this being the Nexus decision that Council lost at Palm Beach. The learnings from this judgment have led to a change in how assessment of 50% uplift cases are assessed. Of particular note, the geographical area that is analysed as part of 3.3.2.1c, a varied, ordered and interesting local skyline. If you look at pages 652 through to 659 of the committee report, there is a detailed character analysis report showing a lot more detail and information to back the officer assessment of this particular criteria. Mr Mayor, it's not just the cases that we lose that help inform these assessments, it's also the numerous cases council has won in the planning court that give new judgments and new case law to consider. An example of this is the appeal judgment for a 50% uplift test at 12 William Street, Mermaid Beach, in the case of Lawrence v City of Gold Coast. In this appeal judgment, we are given the court's view on 3.3.2.1, a reinforced local identity and sense of place. The judge states, and I quote, "As with the other relevant criteria, this concept must acknowledge not only what exists in respect of the development in the local area, but also what the planning scheme intends." This is, in my opinion, why this criteria specifically does not say reinforce existing local identity only. When practically applied to this decision being made in Palm Beach today, I believe it intends to seek applicants to respect local identity, but look to what the city plan contemplates for this area, which, let's be very clear, is redevelopment of these blocks at a greater density to accommodate more dwellings. Done, however, with buildings that are well designed, well articulated, well landscaped, and well separated coastal multiple unit dwellings. This, I believe, is a reinforcement of both the existing and future coastal multiple unit dwelling local identity of Palm Beach, delivered in the context of a greater density contemplated by this planning scheme. Councillors, I do respect the position we find ourselves in. We are still using a city plan that, after a lengthy amendment process, has failed to address some of the concerns our community have. There is a massive challenge for all of us in explaining to our community that even while we commence the process of a new planning scheme, that until that is endorsed by the state government, the current city plan remains in place. It is the legal instrument that our development assessment team must assess against, including 50% uplift tests. Mr Mayor, circling back to the application we're considering today, we have an opportunity to see a suitable size site go from housing 6 dwellings to 19 dwellings. The impact application, if approved, will deliver a skinnier building than the code approved, larger setbacks, more landscaping, more deep planning, more private communal space per dwelling, and again, remains compliant with car parking. And again, I would point out, is a far superior architectural outcome. I strongly agree with the professional development done by our assessment team and would encourage all councillors to support this application today.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking against the motion today because it's in the greater interest of the community that I represent. The unique element of this other change, impact development application, is that there's already an existing code-approved development application, in my view, is a superior outcome. This proposal seeks to increase the building height by 12.4 metres, or 4 storeys, but the number of actual dwellings is being reduced by 4, and we just saw in the bulletin today around the need for increased dwellings. The number of visitor car parks has been reduced by 20%. The communal open space, not the private open space, but the communal open space has been reduced by 18%. Meanwhile, the private open space has doubled. General waste capacity has been reduced by 50%. There are more bedrooms and multi-purpose rooms by removing the 2-bedroom dwellings, opting for larger 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom penthouses, sub-penthouses, and the result is that the density has further worsened by 17%. I do absolutely acknowledge the ground floor site cover has reduced due to a dwelling being taken out, but also added onto the top of the building. But every other floor, not counting the 4 additional dwellings levels, has increased site cover. Absolutely, I do concede it's a better cosmetic architectural outcome on the building and landscaping. But my concern is it does not balance the ledger for the compromises of the changes. I'm fully supportive of good quality development applications and urban renewal, and that's why I am supportive of the existing code accessible DA. But in my mind, it does not sufficiently meet all parts of the city plan and the test for the 50% height uplift, which is only granted in limited circumstances by definition. And I do think that is what was in the officers' minds around the 2 nodal points in Palm Beach, around those limited occurrences. It does not comply with the strategic framework, section 3.2.2, city shape, urban transformation within the city plan that I mentioned, that Palm Beach, we've signalled to the community, is not intended to be high-rise under the city plan, and that we have diversity of housing along our coastline. By refusing this application and limiting the development to the medium rise as anticipated by the city plan, we would be reinforcing the intent of the city plan, and that's strategic outcome 3.3.1 brackets 2, providing housing choice, and 3.3.1 brackets 5, varied building height throughout the city, ensuring that we have different and varying housing along our coastal suburbs and anticipate high-rise development under section 3.2.2 of the outcomes. The proposal does not comply with our overall outcome 6.2.2.2 brackets 2b, as the proposed density of one bedroom per 10.3 metres squared exceeds the designation of the area of 1 bed per 33 metres squared, which is over 300% for the area, and the scale and intensity is not appropriate for the zone. The built form in the local area of Palm Beach is contained within the 29-metre height overlay, save for the legacy developments of the southern end of the Gold Coast around Royal Palms and Princess Palms, which are not relevant to the current planning. But what was relevant and relied upon in the officer's report at 19th Avenue is Magnolia at 1328 Gold Coast Highway and Hemingway, which I touched on, 1267 Gold Coast Highway, both located around the 19th Avenue. And I will note that when both of those were approved, there was increased community benefits around heavily reduced site cover, increased public open space, retail offerings. This proposal offers none of those. The proposed height is inconsistent with the current and approved developments within 400-metre radius. It will sit 10 metres taller within a 400 radius, taller than any other development, and so it will present an incongruous element to the Palm Beach skyline. If this is approved as an outlier, then I have no doubt that it will be relied upon as supporting evidence for future DAs and part of the cyclical and almost manufactured component of the emerging area that we discussed heavily at committee. I've talked about the current and comparable heights of developments in Palm Beach, and also referenced the city plan, which signals our intent to the community of emerging developments, and that it is not on the radar for the community that Palm Beach coastal suburbs are high rises. So with this in mind, I fail to see how it granting the 50% uplift satisfies specific outcome 3.3.2.1(9), particularly a reinforced local identity and sense of place, and B, a well-managed interface with and relationship to impact on nearby developments, including the reasonable amenity expectations of nearby residents. In my view, the existing DA has greater housing, affordability, local amenity, without the impost on the community of increasing the height by 12 metres, other than the cosmetic improvements of the outside of the building, which I did acknowledge. I'll close by saying that the community's made it very clear to me that they will support good quality mid-rise development, which is in keeping with the area's local character and the city plan. This proposal fails to convince me that it's met all of the criteria to grant this limited approval, and I think it unnecessarily burdens the area with an unneeded height impact with no greater community benefit for that privilege like some of the other developments that we have approved. I hope my fellow councillors will support me in representing my local community, ensuring that development is consistent with the local identity and character of the area. The proposal is underpinned by the 50% criteria, which is, and I absolutely note there's specialist advice, specialist consultants, but the 50% criteria is highly subjective, and it's at times like these we need to ensure the proposal is in keeping with the local community and the expectations of the character of the suburb. And as the community expert of Palm Beach in the room, myself being elected, I hope you will support me in representing the wishes of the community and the residents that came along today that wanted to see the same outcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Councillor Martin made a few comments. I would love to ask a question to the Director about just one element of what he said.
Okay.
Councillor Martin made a comment about the one bedroom per 10 square metres versus one bedroom per 33 square metres, and I wondered if the Director could just give some context about what that means and also what our future city plan is proposing in relation to those ratios.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Martin, do you mind repeating what you said in terms of the 1 per 33 and the 1 per 10? Just so I can answer the question right.
I talked about our density outcome, which uplift on the zoning for the area. Obviously, it's 1 bedroom per 33, and the code accessible DA was at a level I don't have in front of me, but this more recent impact is further worsened at 10 point.
I think it's about 13.
Yeah, does that give you enough clarity? My question is, what does the city plan currently say, and why did the officers recommend what they did based on those ratios being so different?
Through you, Mr Mayor, different in terms of the original proposal and what was proposed now? From the
if I'm interpreting Councillor Mutton's comments right, the city plan says that we should have 1 bedroom per 33 square metres, and this proposal has 1 bedroom per 10 square metres.
Yep.
I'm trying to understand that specific element from your perspective, or from the officer's perspective.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry for the clarification there, Mr Mayor. Councillor Tozer, I think from an officer's perspective, we will go through the performance criteria in the planning scheme and assess it, and that's what officers have done. It is a bit funny when it does drop down lower, which I think is the question that you're getting to in terms of how do we make density better or a better use of density across sites. As for the new planning scheme, I'm not sure what that looks like yet. I think we'll absolutely be working with the state government in terms of numbers, dwelling numbers across the city, and we'd really genuinely would like to look at that calibration, because I think what we certainly have seen with the city plan is that calibration of the height and the densities and then how they line up. And I think we've been on the record in this room before and saying we need to do much better with that with the new planning scheme.
Might I just follow up then? This idea of 1 per 33 square metres versus 1 per 10 square metres seems like, it just seemed like a big change. Is 1 per 10 square metres the trend that we are moving towards? And is it even possible for us to meet any of the population growth targets that the state might set for us by maintaining an adherence to the 1 per 33 square metres?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think that's the challenges of a performance-based planning scheme, but absolutely I think what we're seeing, particularly in these types of sites, and this one's east of the highway, where there are higher markets, so they're much more luxury units, I think, for lack of a better word, in terms of that price point. What we do like to see, and I think we said it at the committee, is that balance out across localities, so there is that diversity of choice for people that want to purchase units, whether it's a 1 bedroom or 5 bedroom. Definitely, though, we have seen that, and I think if you look at some of the trends with applications that we've had lodged recently, is they are probably at that lower end to what we saw probably even 5 to 10 years ago. It is something that we are acutely aware of, that we're working with our teams. We've had a meeting this morning from an LGIP perspective as well on that infrastructure to support the density, and we'll keep doing that, but it's one to watch for sure.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, all good. Anyone speak for the motion? I'll go back to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Martin, we really do thank Councillor Martin for being prepared to put up a foreshadowed motion at his first full council meeting. I can really respect the fact that would have taken, really would have taken guts, and that's what he's here for. So we acknowledge that. I do need to just probably pick apart a couple of the points Councillor Martin raised. So yes, Mr Mayor, from the code acceptable application to the impact, the overall amount of dwellings has decreased by 3, but the bedrooms has gone from 66 to 79. We have no control over telling an applicant how many dwellings are in the building. That's up to the applicant to decide what they put forward. They've decided for their feasibility to put forward a proposal of slightly less dwellings, but more bedrooms per dwelling. Again, up from 66 to 79. The 20% reduction in visitor car parking spaces results in 1 less visitor car park than what was proposed, but would remind councillors it is actually still 8 more on site than required. So I don't think we're going to have a problem there, Mr Mayor. Communal open space was raised by Councillor Martin. So yes, it has reduced from 171 square metres down to 140. However, the minimum private open space has gone up from, under the code accessible, 8.1 to 15.4, to under the impact, the minimum is now 17, and some units have nearly 95 square metres of private open space. So again, I think there's been a good balance there, that a loss in one area has well and truly been made up for on the other side. Mr Mayor, I'm going to leave it at that. Just to remind councillors again, while I very much respect Councillor Martin's approach to being prepared to dig into the planning scheme and to pull parts out, we in this room are blessed to have a building full of development assessment officers who are very, very good at what they do, and would encourage all councillors to rely upon the professional advice we've received, which is to support this application here today.
Okay. Councillors, debate's closed. I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's called.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor LeCastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran.
Motion carried. Councillor, let's have lunch. If anyone doesn't want to have lunch, stay here and enjoy. All right, well, what do you think? 45 minutes? Yeah? Sounds good. Right, streaming on. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, unless there's any other items another councillor was wishing to pull out, I was hoping to go to 6.9.
6.9. Let's go to 6.9, councillors.
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Move 6.9, second to Councillor Doran. Anyone want to speak against? You want to close?
Mr Mayor, so item 6.9 of the Planning Committee agenda was in regards to our local growth management strategy and our new planning scheme. This is a significant report that's come through committee, so I was hoping to spend a little bit of time on it today going through the three main points. First of all, it's the first report that sets out a proposed timeline for us to have a new planning scheme prepared, endorsed by the state government and implemented by our city. Our aim is to have this planning scheme in place before the end of this term of council. For context, councillors, some other SEQ councils are taking 6 to 7 years to do a new scheme. So appreciate this is an aggressive time frame, but one I truly believe we must push to deliver on community expectations. And Mr Mayor, I think we just saw a great example of that we have new councillors in the room representing their areas so strongly like Councillor Martin just did, and he and his community are ready for that strong conversation about what a new planning scheme looks like. Mr Mayor, just finally on the time frame, I'd like to make the point that while it is aggressive, it's informed by the fact that we're not starting from point zero. We have 8 years of amendment work that's been done, hundreds and hundreds of community consultation sessions and all the data that comes from that to go with. So part of the reason for the aggressive time frame is we have so much information from our community and so much data that we can start from. Mr Mayor, the second part I'd like to focus on a little bit today is in regards to the Planning Committee Advisory Group. To meet this aggressive time frame of a new planning scheme in place before the end of this term, we as a council need a key group of invested individuals prepared to offer some balanced yet fearless advice, especially around areas of how do we keep on track with that time frame? Are we acting upon what we heard from the community? Are we acting upon what we're hearing from the development industry? And very importantly, are we keeping aligned with the regional plan and the state government? This will be where the advisory group comes in. There will be a continuous need through this process to review the scope and timing of different pieces of work in the program, ensuring we get the scope right for different work packages, that we set right timeframes for delivery, and to give advice on altering work packages while underway. Mr Mayor, the exact makeup and numbers of this group is not yet determined. However, it will involve a mix of councillors, a mix of city officers, industry representatives, community representatives, and very importantly, members from the State Government Planning Department. I can confirm that the EGM and I raised this in person at a meeting with the Office of the Minister of Local Government last week, and got an early agreement of a senior member of the State Planning Department being on this advisory group. Councillors, to be very, very clear, the Planning Advisory Group will give advice only. The final decision on all matters will come back to Planning Committee and come back to this council. Finally, and where I'd like to focus today, is on a vital piece of work before we commence the statutory planning process in mid-2025, and that is the next 12 months spent on our local growth management strategy. Councillors, I cannot begin to explain the importance of the next 12 months and the work we have to do. Our LGMS will be one of the largest and most widespread series of conversations ever had across this city. It will be a significant communication and consultation exercise. Why the need for this level of consultation and this particular local growth management strategy before beginning the statutory process? It's one, because the community have made it clear to us they want early upfront engagement, not to feel they are being asked to tick the consultation box after the fact. Two, it allows us to have whatever communication and consultation we want to have as councillors. LGMS is not a part of the statutory process. We don't have to follow the Minister's guidelines. It allows us the flexibility to have the right conversations we want with the right sectors of the community. Very importantly is number three, that we de-risk the statutory process. By having upfront, strong, honest consultation before the statutory process begins, we can reduce the risk of major issues during public notification. If we don't do that, It may lead to needing to change packages, which requires us to go back through the public notification again, and we end up in a bit of the wheelhouse like we did last time. So it's a very important point. The LGMS in the next 12 months can de-risk the statutory process and hopefully reduce that timeframe. It aims to ensure early alignment between our elected representatives, our community, the development industry, our city officers and the state government counterparts. All stakeholders in the tent at one time having the necessary conversations, hearing the same feedback, hearing the same ideas, and hopefully better understanding where each stakeholder is coming from. Again, Mr Mayor, I would suggest that's a point that is a difference to the amendment package process, where we were going to one group and then to another group, and we bounced around a little bit too much, and it added on weeks, months and years. Mr Mayor, number 5 of why I really do truly believe in this LGMS process and how important the next 12 months is. It allows us to have a truly honest conversation about the population growth that is coming to the city and the need for every suburb to have a conversation about what dwelling growth looks like in their area. It will also include an ability for us to have a conversation with the community about what affordable and social housing options look like. It will also give us that real opportunity to talk with our community about the benefits of population and dwelling growth, including upgraded parks and playgrounds, new libraries, community facilities, improved sport fields, and most importantly, the justification for better public transport. It also puts a strong emphasis on us to show that the planning work being done for infrastructure upgrades, such as roads, intersections, water and sewerage, is really there, and to give very clear guidance of when those upgrades will occur. A different part of the process being proposed this time is the introduction of a panel of a few hundred residents across the Gold Coast, representing a full cross-section from north to south, east to west, all age brackets, all backgrounds. These few hundred people will form a key stakeholder group that our consulting group can regularly touch base with to make sure we're on the right track. It's that constant touch point to make sure that we don't drift too far out of alignment and don't waste time. Mr Mayor, these 300 people will also have the opportunity to play a longer term role in the statutory process. We look to take them through the entire journey again to make sure that we're continuously reflecting back on community, reflecting back on what they're saying, and that we're acting upon that and can show them that we are. Facilitating this kind of communication and consultation requires expert assistance. This work will be done by experts in this field who have experience running similar consultations in local government across Queensland. There will be a lot more detail to come to all councillors on this consultation process, on the scope of consultation, the messaging, all of that. I make that significant promise to you. In fact, we hope in the next couple of months, Mr Mayor, once they're appointed, to have that consulting group actually come to Planning Committee and answer everyone's questions and really start to put it out there what this consultation looks like. Councillors, I hope you are truly starting to get excited about the opportunity that lays ahead for all councillors in this term. You are about to be part as a key stakeholder, and I will make this point all the time. I am determined to make sure every councillor feels like they're a key stakeholder in this very exciting process and massive opportunity in our city. Councillors, I would encourage all of you to support this motion today.
Debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Councillors, any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Gates.
Item 8.3, if I may, Mr Mayor, which was a general business item. And it was introduced, Mr Mayor, after I had left the planning meeting. You'll recall we had a briefing. Is it okay for me to continue?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. It was an item moved by Councillor Young and seconded by Councillor Hamill. And I'm seeking to understand better what is being proposed, Mr Mayor, because under the Local Government Act, we are prohibited as a local government from making a local law that prohibits the placement of election signs or posters. So I needed to have a better understanding of what the review of election signage was, what elements are being considered for modification, given we can't, by law, make a local law in regard to election signage and posters.
Okay. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll try to respond to that. As I understand it, the legislation requires we cannot prohibit the signage, but I think that we have the capacity to govern the placement of the signage and the size of the signage. This arose from the most recent local government election. Complaints were made about signs placed in parks, some of them quite considerable sizes. Officers attended and found that they had no capacity whatsoever under our local law or under our guidelines, pardon me, to require the signage to be removed. And in some cases that was highly unsatisfactory. And so this wording itself comes from Mr Connery, the manager of... Thank you very much. Excuse my lack of recollection of that position title. So it's just to implement within the constraints of the law some constraints that might guide us in the future and guide contestants in our elections. But it's just a report, and ultimately council will be the arbiter. Thanks.
Okay. Any other items? Councillor Hamill, you can move. Could you add in your motion, make sure we capture 6.5?
Yep. So, Mr Mayor, I would remove the remaining items, including item 6.5, be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. Huh?
Lost my running sheet. Where's your got yours?
I got mine. Yeah, here's a spare. Right, councillors, we now go to governance, administration and finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the reports of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee held on the 14th of May, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Patterson.
8.1, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to raise this as this was a matter that many councillors and in fact during the election many candidates raised. We know we live in a subtropical climate and we know we had to deal with some pretty significant issues with storms, which we hadn't seen for a very long time. However, there was consistent complaints on the impact of amenity because of the quality of the mowing done in our parks and in our sports fields. So kids couldn't play sport. People couldn't do their dog obedience training. Basically, people couldn't enjoy the amenities that they pay for in their rates. So the purpose of this general business item 8.1, it is that we will do a review of the mowing contracts, including the supervision of the KPIs and the completion timeframe. So we look forward to receiving that and working out, we're going to have sun and rain next summer and the next summer after that. So just working out how we can provide the best service. Thank you.
So you move the recommendation?
I move the recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items to deal separately? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all items, including 8.1, we've done 8.1, be adopted. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. 11.4, special budget.
Same again.
All right. Councillors, I move the, where we got there? The special budget committee meeting.
Recommendations.
No, that's adopting. Just move to receive, don't we? Move that it be received. Seconder? Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? No. I move for adoption. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 11.5, lifestyle, environment, heritage and resilient. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the reports of the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage, Resilience Committee being held on the 16th of May, covered by recommendations 1 to 9, be received.
Right, and Councillor Marshall, seconder. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Castro, you want to draw out 6.2?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to make a declaration. It's on the screen, as I always do with anything to do with the PCYC. I always leave the room, so I'm a life member of the PCYC movement and just choose not to debate any of those issues.
Councillor, we'll deal with 6.2 first. And you're excused. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move the committee recommendation.
Move committee recommendation. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Tozer, would you like to close?
Mr Mayor, it's a great project for the north of the city and it's wonderful that 2 southern councillors have moved it. It shows the city that there's a strong collaboration between the north and the south when we talk about services that are suitable for our community. And I'd just like to commend Councillor Hamill and Councillor Gates on their long-term advocacy for this project in the north.
Yeah. Any debates closed? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Mr Wallace is... he didn't have time to make a phone call.
You can still hear you.
Very efficient, Mr Mayor.
Come on in.
Come on down.
Right. Councillors, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to raise a conflict of interest, but I just want to bring the attention. During the committee meeting, I did raise that our family company, this is in relation to 6.3, Palm Beach Aquatic Centre, our family business is doing work for the builder on that particular site. As I did seek advice saying that it's only a presentation, there was no decision to be made, but I just wanted to bring attention to the councillors if they want to raise any concerns.
Right. Mr Mayor, at committee, we just had a presentation. There wasn't any decisions really made by council other than to note a presentation from previous decisions. So I think for the sake of what's been declared, there is no conflict of interest between the public and Councillor Taylor's disclosure.
Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, I have to stand to say that's contrary to advice that I have received, that a presentation is also requiring of a declaration. And I don't want to see more declarations, but the advice I have always received is that if it's on the agenda and it's something that we are provided information about, then if there is a conflict of interest that exists, then it's necessary to make a declaration.
This is your time to earn your dollars. General Counsel.
Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, my observation in working with Councillor Taylor was there was no commentary associated with this presentation. It appeared to just be pictures of the site, so I didn't take it that there was anything being elaborated upon or that might influence a future decision.
Okay. Any other items to want to deal separately? Councillor Tozer.
I'll move the remaining items for adoption, Mr Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor Doran.
Yes.
Motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous, am I right? Okay. We go to waterways and energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the reports of the Water, Waste and Energy meeting held on the 21st of May, covered by recommendations 1 through 5, be received.
Seconder. Councillor Wilkinson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Hamill.
7.1, if we could, Mr Mayor.
7.1. Go ahead.
Happy to move it, Mr Mayor, and with a seconder would speak to it.
Okay, moves. Seconder, Councillor Curtis. All right. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Hamill, you can close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, today is a very exciting step towards one of the largest and most important decisions that could possibly ever be made in this chamber. This is a decision not just for the short term, but a decision that, if it ultimately proceeds, will have massive impacts on this city for decades and decades to come. Managing the waste from our city is a core responsibility expected by us, by all ratepayers, one that comes with massive complexity and massive cost. It is one our ratepayers rightly expect to be done efficiently, cost effectively, but increasingly with a greater focus on the environmental outcomes. Councillors, landfills are an expensive way to deal with waste and provide extremely poor environmental outcomes. Even if there was land available within our LGA, which there is not, there would have to be a serious conversation if we would proceed with another landfill. Based on recent advice from the state government and looking at recent applications made by other councils, the state government would most likely reject an application for a new landfill anyway. If we manage the available airspace in our existing landfills extremely well, we have approximately a decade of landfill space left. Not much time at all. So we have two options that, through a few years of consideration through committees, we're moving towards a final decision on. Option one would have been to continue to just transport our waste, but take it to someone else's landfill. Put it in a truck, send it out to another landfill somewhere else. Assuming we could actually find space, which that's a big question because every council is in the same position that airspace is diminishing. The cost of that would be extraordinarily prohibitive, which has the second option of what we've been progressing through, which is that we build a purpose-built facility that focuses on recycling and recovering everything possible and then having a thermal treatment for whatever residual material is left over. The LEHRC project, Mr Mayor. Councillors, option one of we put our waste in a truck and send it to someone else is projected to have a cost over the next 30 years of $3 billion on our ratepayers. It wouldn't increase recycling, it wouldn't improve environmental outcomes, it would just put a huge cost burden on our ratepayers for no benefit. Option two, the LEHRC, the purpose-built facility using the best available technology in the world to recover as much and recycle as much from our residential, industrial and tourism waste streams and treat the residual waste in an energy-to-waste plant. Such a facility does not come cheap. The current estimate is in the vicinity of $1.6 billion. Big money, and no one diminishes that. However, when you look simply at the comparison between the option of transporting it somewhere else or building this facility, we'd already be somewhere in the savings of $1.8 billion for our ratepayers, let alone all the environmental improvements that come with it. Mr Mayor, we need to make it very clear, and this is incumbent upon all councillors when having conversations with their community. We are not just talking about building a big furnace and burning everything. We are talking about a facility with a world-leading MRF, which is a material recovery facility, to sort the commingled recycling in our yellow bins and to recover more from those yellow bins. We're talking about anaerobic digestion, in-vessel composting to deal with green waste and FOGO waste. We're talking about recovery of key sands and aggregates from C&D. We're talking about recovering more glass from all of those waste streams and sending it across the road to the Visi Glass Manufacturing glass recycling facility under construction right now. We're even talking about recovering more metal, including rare earth metals from all these streams as well. The residual, whatever items are left that cannot be recycled or cannot be recovered, we need to do something with them. They will be burnt in a furnace at an incredibly strict temperature to ensure nasty gases are destroyed. The remaining gases can be collected via different treatment methods and either burnt at higher temperatures to remove them completely or captured and stored. CO2 being a really great example of this. It's a vital ingredient in several different manufacturing processes, but is actually becoming difficult to get hold of in the right quality in Australia. Technology is improving all the time and may allow us to capture CO2 from this process, clean it to a certain point, and then actually put that into manufacturing processes for other companies. We'd also be creating a new power source to offset the power needs of our future Stapleton sewage treatment plant and the power costs of all the other parts of this facility. Residual heat, residual steam could be piped to other businesses in the other enterprise area that require those elements. Mr. Mayor, even material from the bottom ash, so what's left over after it's burnt, the last of the last material, even that we're seeing technology advancements in where that material can be reused in concrete and asphalt production. Mr. Mayor, consultation on this project has now formally commenced and we're starting to see those consultation items go through and feedback starting to come through. There's already been some interesting questions and some interesting concerns that the community wants to know more about. They want to know...
I'll just pause you there for a second. All the things you've said is spot on. But just now, as you're getting more detail, it's in grey paper.
Yep. We did have a very good discussion at that committee, Mr. Mayor, of what's in public and what's not, and okay. I've made sure to stray away from that.
I didn't want you to...
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. So, as the councillor representing the area where this is going to go, I've been participating in this consultation, wanting to understand what the community's concerns are around this, and hoping to make sure that we can address those early and take the community on the journey for this vital project. There's been questions around why here, why on the Gold Coast, why do we have to own part of it, all those kind of questions. Mr. Mayor, first of all, we have the land in the right location. The right location because it's in the middle of an industrial area and logistically it is right in the middle of Gold Coast, Logan, Redlands, South Brisbane, Northern Gold Coast LGAs. An incredibly important point, the logistical location. We own the land and it's big enough in size to handle not just the waste to energy facility, but all of the ancillary requirements as well, and still allow room for growth in the future as new technologies and new advancements come up. Very importantly, and this was something discussed at committee at length, is that we can produce enough waste to make this facility stack up for ourselves. There is only 2 councils in Australia who produce enough waste to build this facility for themselves, Brisbane and us. Any other proposal for a similar facility would require multiple smaller councils to come together in common agreement, one that I think you can all appreciate would be very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. Councillors, the direct economic impact in spending possibly that kind of money that's been suggested, that's an investment in our city of which we get the direct economic returns. There will also be a significant ongoing economic impact through the hundreds of new long-term jobs created and the hundreds of new businesses that will establish themselves in Yatala to be part of the ongoing contractor chain to this facility. Finally, Mr. Mayor, and maybe the most important, by doing this facility for ourselves and maintaining a majority ownership as the recommendation we're going to vote on today calls for, we will not be at the mercy of a private company or another council setting gate fees. We will be controlling and managing our city's waste for the cheapest price possible and with the least environmental impact possible. There is still several steps to go on this journey before we reach the final investment decision stage in approximately 2 years. If I could encourage all councillors that when you see the specific item on Water and Waste and Energy Committee, please do come along because it is a huge item with dramatic long-term impact. If you can't come to committee, could I highly recommend to you that you reach out to Grant Gabriel or Kathy Baker at any time for private briefings to better understand this project and its long-term impacts. I encourage all councillors to back the recommendation here today and make it clear that this project, if it comes to fruition, will be owned by our ratepayers and get the greatest impact from it.
Thank you. Councillors, the debate's closed. The motion's on the screen and slightly different to the on page 55, okay? We're dealing with the ones on the screen, so there's no confusion. Councillors, all in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Curtis.
Mr Mayor, I move the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried, unanimous. We go to item 12, consideration of notice and motion. Mr CEO, nil.
Nil.
Question on notice. Mr CEO, nil. We go to item 14, petitions. 14.1, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition from Michael Boyce relating to the Council to consider the needs of the Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Surf Life Saving Club in relation to volunteer car parking due to local impacts of development be received and referred to the relevant committee for consideration.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. 14.2, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Second up. I also move that the petition from Grant Vogel in relation to the petition at Old Burleigh Town around the understanding and consideration of impacts to do with the Oyster Creek Road and Old Coach Road works be considered and referred to relevant committee for consideration.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 14.3, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition from the Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre relating to the request that the City of Gold Coast consider entrusting the management and lease of the Burleigh Waters Community Centre to the Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? A motion carried. 14.4, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I would like to present a petition from Currumbin Valley residents asking that we look at the rock pool and the safety of the rock pool. There has been several lives lost over the years and several incidents, and they request immediate action be taken to research and implement a solution to make the rock pool a safe place for everyone.
Okay, move Councillor O'Neill, second on Councillor Tozer. Motion on the screen. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 14.5, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I have a petition here from some residents of Sea Change, which is at Emerald Lakes, in relation to the proposed location of an off-leash dog area, an enclosed off-leash dog area. I'd just like to refer this to the relevant committee so we can find out where to put it.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Gates. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. 14.6, Councillor Young.
Mr Mayor, councillors in receipt of a petition from residents of Ben Lomond Drive, Highland Park. The petition meets the required criteria and therefore I'm presenting that to you. The residents seek that the council waive the local parking law, Gold Coast City Council Law Number 2, in respect of parking on the nature strip for Ben Lomond Drive, Highland Park. I move the petition be received and referred to the appropriate committee for consideration and a report to council.
Second, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carry unanimous. 14.7, Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to present a petition that's been lodged with council in regard to the naming of the boat ramp in Arthur Earl Park, and they ask for the name Neville and Aletha McKavanagh to be assigned to it. The petition meets the necessary criteria, therefore I'm moving the petition be received and referred to a committee or officer for consideration and a report to this council.
Seconded, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Wish to present a petition from residents of Guanaba requesting the Gold Coast Council develop more environmental funding options to help landowners combat multiple weed-related land management issues. The petition meets the necessary criteria, and therefore I move that the petition be received and referred to a committee or officer for consideration and a report to the council.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Thank you.
Against, carry, unanimous. 14.9, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a petition from Kath Bradshaw relating to a proposed off-leash dog area at Harbour Quays, Bigger Water be received and referred to committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.10, Councillor Curtis.
Mr Mayor, I move that a petition from Mr Greg Thompson relating to the vegetation management in Blaxland Reserve Paradise Point be received and referred to committee for consideration and report.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Taylor. You want to put Greg Thompson's name in there? Petition received from? That was the motion, right? Is it Greg Thompson?
That was the motion. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Brett or Greg?
Greg.
Greg. Okay. All right. I've got a mover and seconder, am I right? Okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. We go to next item 15, general business. Mr CEO, I note it's nil.
Nil.
No general business. We'll go to other business. We've done with 16.1, so we'll go to 16.2. And councillors, I move that we go into close. Second, Councillor Martin, you to commercial and in confidence. All right, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. live stream. Welcome back, viewers. Right, councillors, we have 16.2 in front of us. Councillor Castro moved the motion. The motion is as on the screen. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Let's put it like that. Does anyone want to speak against? Councillor Castro, could you close the debate?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, Mr Mayor, as everyone knows, we've been looking for quite some time at an indoor entertainment and sports arena. Excuse me. And obviously there have been a number of sites banded around. This is purely just to look at moving to the next phase, and this is to look at the identified site that we think would be best and to speak to any relevant parties we need to speak to, and then of course we would go out to consultation, as it says, with them, but also if everything looks like it stacks up, we'll go out to the wider community, the business community, and make sure everyone knows what's going on and everyone's supportive. I'm certainly very supportive. Obviously, I hope every councillor here is supportive. We really do need a first-class indoor entertainment and sports arena. It's been certainly open for discussion for several years, and we're one step closer. So, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Councillors, debate's closed. I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Mr. CEO, as there's no other items?
No other others.
Meeting closed, 13:23.